Everyone, if you would please have your seats. Everyone, please take your seats. We're going to get started with our meeting. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It is 6:00 p.m. on Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024. I'd like to call the meeting of the Peoria City Council to order. I'd also like to welcome everyone who's in our council chambers, as well as our listening audience at WCBU. Welcome also to our audience watching on cable channel 22. Madam Clerk, the council mics are open. Please call the roll.
Mayor Ali,
Present.
Councilmember Allen,
Present.
Councilmember Sear,
Here.
Councilmember Gordon Young,
Present.
Councilmember Graham, Councilmember Jackson,
Here.
Councilmember Kelly, Councilmember Euler,
Here.
Councilmember Riggenbach,
Here.
Councilmember Velpula,
Present.
and Councilmember Vespa. You have a quorum present, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Everyone, please join me and stand for a moment of silent prayer or silent reflection, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Madam Clerk.
We have one proclamation.
Our proclamation is a little bit different this time around. This is a proclamation that will be presented by the county board. We have present Peoria County board members. Its Chairman James C. Dillon. We have board member Linda Daly, and we have board member Danny Phelan. It's a presentation of the Peoria County flag to the Peoria City Council. Welcome.
I'm used to giving presentations, so I'm going to just ignore this 5-minute timer right here.
Oh, ignore it.
But in all the years I've been in politics, this is the first time I've addressed this horseshoe. And it's sometimes you still get butterflies at things and being in this beautiful building. And I just want to thank everyone here, from one elected official to every other elected official and all of your staff, because we only look good as our staff are. And we have two of the best here tonight, Gretchen and Nick, and Stacy, and your staff is fantastic. So thank you to all you. I know it's a thankless job. So a few years ago, remember Renault and his son was studying flags, and we had no identity as in a county or anything. So we put it out for a competition, and this was the design that came back. And sometimes when you ask for things to come back and get suggestions, you're a little scared. But like anything, Peoria always rises to the top, and the amount of applications and the designs that we got were top notch. So one of the things the county's doing is we're going on a little road show and want to make sure that all of our municipalities have the county flag that represents us. So with that, I want to just thank everybody, and I'll read the proclamation. I know you have a light agenda, and that doesn't happen very often, so try to move this along. Whereas Peoria County will celebrate its bicentennial anniversary in 2025, and in recognizing this milestone, we honor the many organizations and individuals that have contributed to its successful 200-year history. And whereas Peoria County adopted an official flag in 2022, featuring a color scheme representative of the county itself. Blue for our water and natural resources, green for our agricultural roots, gold for our innovation in all industries, and featuring symbolism for our area such as the Illinois River in the bottom corner or the letter P along the left edge. And whereas the history of Peoria County is linked with the city of the Peoria, though Peoria was incorporated as a city in 1845, its roots stretch back centuries to European settlers and even further to the indigenous people who first called this area home, making it the oldest community in Illinois. Whereas the city of Peoria has been and continues to be the cornerstone of our region's economy and culture, with its thriving business and industry, vibrant arts and entertainment scene, and numerous community organizations, Peoria has supported and enriched the lives of its residents. And whereas we acknowledge that every person who has called the city of Peoria home has also been part of Peoria County's heritage, whether here now or in the distant past, whether born here or newly arrived, whether passing through or making it their home for generations. Now therefore I, James C. Dillon, chairperson of the Peoria County Board, on behalf of the County Board, proudly present the city of Peoria with an official Peoria County flag in a recognition of our shared history and symbol of our united future.
It's beautiful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Dillon. Board Member Phelan, thank you for your leadership. Madam Clerk?
We are at the approval of the minutes.
Councilmember Riggenbach?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to approve the minutes of the joint city council and town board meeting held on July 9th, 2024 as printed.
Seconded by Councilmember Jackson. Any comments or questions? Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
We are at the consent agenda. 24-216 is a communication from the City Manager and Director of Public Works with a request to approve the low bid and award a contract to Laser Electric for the Prospect Road street lighting improvements in the amount of $483,438.43, with an additional authorization of $48,341.57 for contingencies, for a total contract award of $531,780. 24-217 is a communication with a request to approve the low bid and award a contract to Oberlander Electric for the 2024 street light replacement, Southwest Adams Street, in the amount of $398,526.50, with an additional authorization of $39,852.50 for contingencies, for a total contract award of $438,379. 24-218 is a communication with a request to approve the low bid and award a contract to Audubon Company, Inc. for the Nebraska reconstruction from Sterling Avenue to I-74 in the amount of $3,994,312.56, with an additional authorization of $399,431.44 for contingencies, for a total contract award of $4,393,744. 24-219 is a communication with request to approve the authorization and payment of a workers' compensation settlement in the amount of $351,200 plus $72,490.22 in commission awarded wages in a maintenance worker injured on May 23, 2019. 24-220 is a communication with a request to approve a 4-year contract with Image Trend LLC to replace the Peoria Fire Department's records management system, with the option to renew for 4 additional 1-year terms in the amount of $152,707.40. 24-221 is a communication with a request to approve the following. A, approve a 3-year contract with the Cleaning Source for the first-year base amount of $284,471 for janitorial services to city building groups 3 and 4. And B, approve a 3-year contract with a New View cleaning service for the first-year base amount of $21,746 for janitorial services to city building group 5. And C, approve a 3-year contract with PHG for the first-year base amount of $96,519.28 for janitorial services to the city building groups 2 and 3. 24-222 is a communication with a request to approve a 2-year contract for the 2024 towing and storage contract with Joe's Towing Recovery and Mr. Towit's Records Service, Inc. 24-223 is a communication with a request to approve a 2-year contract for the 2024 inoperable unit recycling contract with Jimax Landscaping, LLC. 24-224 is a communication with a request to approve the site application for a Class B restaurant 50% food liquor license with on-site consumption and retail sale of alcohol for Pop-Up Express, LLC, doing business as Pop-Up Chicken Shop at 800 Southwest Adams, Suite 106, with a recommendation from the Liquor Commission to approve. And 24-225 is a communication from the City Manager, Director of Public Works, and Finance Director Comptroller with a request to receive and file a report from the Illinois Department of Transportation titled Documentation Review Number 77. And that concludes our consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any items to remove from consent agenda? Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Seer, seconded by Councilmember Allen. Any comments or questions? Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
We are at first readings. 24-226 is a communication from the City Manager and Corporation Council with a request to receive and file a first reading of an ordinance creating Chapter 27, Article 1, Section 2 of the Code of the City of Peoria to authorize liens for delinquent municipal taxes.
It's going to be Corporation Counsel Hayes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Mayor, the city's been improving its tools that we use for collection of debts. The municipal code allows municipalities to establish liens to collect unpaid taxes due to the municipality. You may recall that a few weeks ago we did a similar enactment to allow us to impose responsibilities on both the operator and property owners of gas stations. This is another improvement on the collection retail sales taxes, which the proprietors collect at the till, but sometimes don't turn over to the city in a timely fashion. We think this will promote more timely payment of those amounts due. If they don't pay in a timely fashion, we give 60 days notice, and thereafter we can establish a lien on the property that would protect the city's interests going forward. We're here on a first reading today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions the council has, and we'll be looking for approval of this as an ordinance at the next city council meeting. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. What questions might you have for Counsel Hayes? Councilmember Seer? Was that you?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Move to receive and file.
seconded by Councilmember Gordon Young. Any discussion or questions for Council Hayes? Councilmember Valpula?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Corporation Council, for a brief meeting that we had this evening. I have all my questions answered, but I have a couple more questions that I wanted to ask you. You know, just for the sake of understanding, what is the criteria? What criteria will determine the appropriateness of pursuing a tax lien?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch.
What is the criteria that you follow to kind of pursue a tax lien?
So our method of collection right now is to just give notice of delinquency and take action against licenses that we have. This threat of a lien will allow them to focus on the idea that we can impair the value of their real estate that they may own. Some proprietors this won't be appropriate for, but our thought is that this will be another tool that we can promote a collection. Once the lien notice goes out and the 60 days run, we'll file the lien with the county recorder, and that perfects those interests as to subsequent transactions.
What potential legal challenges does the city anticipate in implementing this ordinance? Do we anticipate any legal challenges in that, or no?
I'm not aware of these types of liens being challenged, other than people who might come forward and say we've paid the debt or somehow the debt isn't owed. For the most part, we're aware that the retailer has been operating, and we know that there's some amount due. If they haven't filed a return, that's a separate matter that we can pursue with an ordinance violation. And in fact, when we do so, the fines are daily fines and they're very significant. So I think that this, again, improves our ability to collect against the retail entities that are collecting these taxes from their customers and not passing along to the city in a timely way.
And any administrative costs that are associated while enforcing these kind of tax liens?
So there will be some costs involved in this, and we'll be recouping those through our other activities with that. In order to relieve the lien, they'll have to pay all of our costs.
Thank you, Corporation Council. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Regenbach?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Corporation Hayes, is this I'm supportive of this concept. My question is, though, what about the people that are delinquent and behind, that they just rent the space? I mean, how is there any recourse on personal real estate or anything like that we could?
So we're using different means already for those circumstances. This just improves our position with folks who both operate and own the property at which the business is located. So I do think that over time we'll see that this is somewhat of a rarely utilized tool, but I think an important one to add to our set of tools that we're using to collect. You're right that a rental occupant, we don't have the same tools, but we do have ordinance violations for non-payment of taxes that result in daily fines that are very significant. So we'll use those tools for those circumstances.
Thank you. We just want to make sure your toolbox is full.
Right.
Thank you.
This will be a more efficient means of collection when all of those factors line up than our present tools afford us. Thank you.
You're welcome. And Council Hayes, you mentioned, Councilmember Valpula asked about additional costs associated with the collection or the imposition of the liens and collection activities. Will any of those costs be passed on in addition to the lien?
Right, so when we record liens, we add that to the liened amount, and so we're able to recover that when the liens are paid off. But in order to record a document, the recorder has a set fee structure that shifts over time. It's a $39 right now for a simple document.
So it's no big, huge amount or big surprise to the
Correct. It's not
resident.
I mean, that's not nothing, but it's not an operationally significant amount. And we file liens nearly every day out of the legal department, so.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Councilmember Allen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Riggenbach, we were on the same page. I kind of wanted some clarification regarding those who may lease versus owning the property. So I appreciate you asking that clarifying question, sir. In your exploration of this opportunity, do you find that this is a best practice that municipalities are utilizing? I'm just trying to see how we possibly match up with some of our municipalities similar to size.
I haven't made that investigation, so I don't have a valid answer to your question. We can look into what other units of government are doing. I just felt like in some of our circumstances, this would be a much easier means for us to collect rather than going through collection proceedings, citations to discover assets, things like that. You get a lien on real estate, it winds up getting a lot of attention right away to get payment processed rather than going through an adversary proceeding.
And based off of our current landscape, do we have, I guess, some participants who would be eligible for this right now? Is that the feeling of why you feel like you needed to bring something as dire as this forward?
Right, we have a class of operators of retail outlets right now who we're looking at being in arrears. They haven't matured to the point where we take this action yet, but a few of them do also own the real estate that they are operating out of. And so this will give us a more ready tool. We also have the circumstances with the Shell stations ongoing where we've engaged in significant fine accumulation. Part of that triggered the gas tax issue, or motor fuel tax issue we did a few months ago, but also we're looking at future situations where the ownership of those types of establishments might align with the operator, and that this tool would be useful there as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So we have a motion on the floor to receive and file. Have a second, and if there's no more discussion, please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously.
We are at unfinished business. 24-171 is a communication from the City Manager and Corporation Council with a request to deny the site application for a Class B restaurant 50% food liquor license with on-site consumption and retail sale of alcohol for Empire Lounge, LLC, doing business as Empire Lounge at 3033 North Sterling, with a recommendation from the Liquor Commission to deny.
Council Hayes or Assistant City Manager, which one of you will take this?
Be happy to indicate, if the council recalls, we were here, I believe, a month ago on this matter, and staff had recommended denial. There was a substantial amount of opposition at the time from the local neighborhoods. This is an organization that's applied for this use at this premise in the past and has either been denied or they've withdrawn it based on that opposition. I believe it was Councilwoman Jackson who made the motion to defer this, so I'd defer to her on whether there's been any advancement at this point in time.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to, if I could, Madam Mayor, grant privilege of the floor so that we can give individuals an opportunity to voice their concerns. The Wardcliff Neighborhood Association did meet at the Empire Lounge on July the 10th, but unfortunately, no one from Forest Hill was represented. And, you know, in my conversation with representatives from Forest Hill, it was indicated that there was not adequate notice and the president was out of town. So having said that, I would like to take this time, if I could, to grant privilege for individuals to come forward. First, maybe we should start by hearing from Mr. Sims and then the presidents of those neighborhood associations. And I do know, I don't know if Wardcliff has co-presidents. So one has been absent. If he is here tonight, Mr. Lippert, I'd like to hear from him as well.
So if there's no objection from the floor, council floor, I'd like to invite the owner of, Mr. Sims, the owner of Empire Lounge, to speak. Mr.
Thank you,
Sims,
Councilwoman Jackson.
identify yourself and
My name is John Sims, and I'm representing Empire Lounge, LLC. To start, I would like to start by addressing the Liquor Commission vote of 3-0 to deny. Now, it's understood that the Liquor Commission relies on its field inspectors' comments to make their decisions. That would be Mr. Lithicum, Mr. Storm, and Mr. Perrin, our fire inspector. All right, before I go into that detail, though, I owe this council an apology. There was an incident that took place at Empire Lounge on January the 6th. It was a dinner party that I allowed a friend of mine to have for his mother. It was not an open to the public event. It was not some big old shindig. It was a simple dinner party. It still doesn't excuse what happened, and I take full responsibility for that. My nerves are a little bit shaky here, but you know, a lack of knowledge and a lack of communication led to an event that should have never happened, and I give my sincerest apology for that event and take full responsibility for it. I spoke with the staff after that situation, got a clear understanding. I paid the fine, and we moved on. And we did so without further incident. We've hosted 7 other events since then without any incidents. With that, I'll move back to the Liquor Commission vote. I wish these guys were here, but they're not. But Mr. Lithicum told the Liquor Commission on several occasions that we had multiple violations, and that simply isn't true. January 6th was it. Had 1 violation. Police were sent to the location 1 time after that, and at that particular time, we were having a meeting with staff. And I met them at the door, and I simply told them that we weren't open for business and there was no need to do a compliance check. There was no hostility or any of that type of stuff, and the officers understood and they left. We continued the meeting. At that particular time, we had already received the C of O, by the way, the full certificate of occupancy. And that was issued on March the 26th. So I feel like it was really unfair to lead the commission into believing that, you know, we were wilding out somehow, because it's just not true. Mr. Storm told our Liquor Commission that I had outstanding violations on the kitchen hood range with the health department. I had a full C of O, which is signed off by Mr. Perrin and Mr. Storm. So, and I also have my health department certificate of approval. So there's no way that could have been true, couldn't have been the case. And I have these things in this folder. Since these guys are not present, I'll let the facts represent themselves on paper if necessary. But that was also misleading to the Liquor Commission. Mr. Perrin, whom I 100% am sure is committed to life safety in the city of Peoria. In fact, someone told me that he's the only fire inspector in the city of Peoria. That same individual told me if we had 2 Charlies and 2 Rich Storms, we'd still be short-handed for what these guys do. So I applaud that. However, he made the statement to Liquor Commission that Empire Lounge put lives at jeopardy on January the 6th. That's absolutely not the case. Every life safety compliance was met prior to January 1st of 2024. The sprinkler system, the alarm, the shunt breakers, we actually requested the first C of O December 26th of 2023 because all of those things were complete. The vent hood system was installed and ready for inspection and passed inspection August the 14th of 2023. November 14th of 2023, fire alarm sprinkler system was installed and tested. December 15th of 2023, final inspection of alarm, sprinkler, and shunt breakers. December 21st of 2023, sprinkler heads repaired and inspected. December 26th of 2023 was the first request for the C of O. That request was denied, and we were told we would receive an additional list of deficiencies. That list was issued January the 16th of 2024 and included two things: bathroom toilet partitions, which are not life safety issues.
Mr. Sims, I need for you to wrap up about 30 seconds, please.
Okay, now, in the interest of, I don't know which part to skip, I think District 1, okay, I gotta read this whole page, please. Moving on, in the interest of providing clarity and insight to future applicants in our community, I've seen it on social media often that this process has been about race. I do not share those sentiments. This is a system, and applying for a liquor license is a process within that system. If you don't follow the process, don't expect to clear the system. We started off wrong, not engaging with District 1 Councilwoman Jackson and the neighborhood associations was a big misstep in that process. So we don't blame anybody for the delays that has happened or anything else that has happened in this process. We weren't all the way together with it. In fact, I want to thank District 1 Councilwoman Denise Jackson for her guidance, knowledge, understanding, and patience through this process. Our relationship with our neighbors is stronger than ever because of it. I understand that there may be someone that are not supportive of the venture, but we have had open doors and everyone could come in and voice their concerns. In fact, the Wardcliff Neighborhood Association held their monthly meeting at Empire Lounge on July 10th. I was able to answer questions at that time, and I was left with the impression that the support was garnered from that community. I understand that Gale Avenue and Forest Hill had initial concerns, but no one from those neighborhoods, I'm wrapping up right now.
I need for you to wrap up.
No one showed up to voice their concerns. I believe we have the majority support, and we can't expect 100% of the vote, but we've done everything that was asked of us. Thank you.
Sir. Did we have someone from the neighborhood associations that wanted to speak?
My name is Dennis Lippert. I'm the former president of the Wardcliff Neighborhood Association. This all started back in August or September of last year. That's when I heard about Mr. Sims was wanting to open a restaurant and also have liquor. I heard that from city council members. At that point, we invited Mr. Sims to our September Neighborhood Association meeting. At that meeting, he presented everything that he planned there. Forest Hills was also present at that meeting. At the end of that meeting, the two neighborhood associations voted to deny Mr. Sims a liquor license. At the beginning, Denise Jackson was there, and she told us that she had spoke to Mr. Sims before we met in September and said he needed to contact the neighborhood associations around and let them know what he was doing. That didn't happen. Then his January incident came up, which he wasn't even open for business at that time, but that came up, and I understand he was cited for that. And he admitted to it and apologized. At the recent neighborhood association meeting that we just did have at his business, I was not present. I was with family on vacation. But I've heard from several Wardcliff members that he also admitted at that time that he had liquor at that same event on January 6th. I was at the Liquor Commission meeting, the last one he was at a couple months ago. He stood right there and looked at all the people on the Liquor Commission and said there was no liquor there. Now he's admitting that he had liquor there? And then I understand there was another event, like he said, when the police stopped by, the door was locked, they wanted to do a walkthrough. He said there's nothing going on. He wouldn't let them go through. I'll tell you, if that's my business and I had screwed up in January, I would definitely let them come through and see nothing's going on. This business is in the Wardcliff Plaza, which is part of Wardcliff subdivision. I live in Wardcliff, and I'm speaking as a resident of Wardcliff that's concerned. I've been watching this since the beginning. I've never agreed with it, and the more things that happen wrong, would you want a business in your neighborhood that has had these problems? I mean, anything that happens there, good or bad, the publicity, the media is going to pick up on Wardcliff. I live in Wardcliff. Do you? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Ali, members of the council. My name is Bill O'Brien. I'm president of the Forest Hill Homeowners Association. Our homeowners association is a state chartered homeowners association. It was formed on October the 1st, 1975. Our mission is to preserve and improve the property values of every house in our subdivision. The Empire Lounge does not do that. Our concerns are reflected in the report that you have from the Peoria Police Department and the Fire Department. I think those speak for themselves. The trust necessary between John Sims, Wardcliff, and Forest Hills has been broken and cannot be repaired. Because of that lack of trust, I asked the council to deny the request for the liquor license for the Empire Lounge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. I'm Ronald A. Givens, and I live also in Wardcliff. I am the current president of the Wardcliff Association. This has been a strain on both associations because we have members and residents who obviously have concerns and different opinions. On the 10th of January, or July, when we met at the Empire Lounge, as has already been stated, we didn't have any representatives from the other side of the street, the Forest Hill Association. I made a call, and I thought I'd text to Mr. President, and I was in Chicago at the time. I do travel a lot again. But I guess the bottom line is that we had a meeting that showed that the lounge was very well put together. The people that attended, the overall opinion that I received, and several of them, and some of them are here, was that they thought that he had admitted in front of all of us the mistakes that he had made. He also admitted that he would do would take to make sure that he was a good neighbor. We asked certain questions. At that time, every opportunity was given to the neighborhood that was there, the residents, and many of them did have questions. And as the president, like I said, I was at the first meeting as the rest of the meetings. And I understand where my previous predecessor comes from. Nobody wants to have ruffians and disorder in their neighborhood, not one person. However, at this point, I don't have to make that decision. The decision is made here. You know what it's all about, so I don't have to go into a lot of that. I do commend Councilwoman Denise Jackson for coming. She did an excellent job of answering questions and also being part of what was going on, so she could see firsthand what was potentially the problems and what was the good part of it. So I'm not going to make a commitment right now. I don't have to vote. Y'all have to vote. And I'm kind of neutral. I've had side conversations, and this has kept me up at night, believe it or not, as a new president in the Wardcliff situation. So I do think that, business needs to be done. We can't turn away businesses. We need to be very vigilant. We have an excellent police department, of course. And of course, the chief would agree with me on that. And if any problems should arise, if he has a license, having experience, police are going to come and take care of it, and you won't have to worry about seeing Mr. Sims again, because he'll take his license and it won't be there. So I do appreciate the opportunity to speak to this illustrious group, and I'm sure that you will come to the proper decision based upon everything that you have had and heard here tonight and in the past. Thank you very much.
Mr. Givens? Is there any other neighborhood associations? Residents within the neighborhood association area? Okay. You can.
My name is Devon Sidnor. I've been in this council a few times in the past. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Sims and Mr. Miller. We went to the meet and greet, and it was really nice. It was really nice. And I was at the Liquor Commission meeting also. Mr. Sims basically admitted he made some mistakes. We're all human beings. Everybody in this room is a human being, okay? You can't judge him because he made one mistake and have the audacity where this man can't make a living, okay? A liquor license is basically needed for him to flourish. He needs that to flourish. This is not a full-blown restaurant. Now, me personally, in the years past, the Hungry Moose, I used to patronize that, okay? Bogies, for years I patronized that. So it's amazing to me. I don't understand what the problem is. If Mr. Sims doesn't do right with his liquor license, you then snatch it from him. That's why I don't understand why this is such an issue. I really don't, guys. I don't understand why this is such an issue, because all he's doing is trying to make a living, like everybody in this room is doing right now. So when you sit there and you make these comments and say, well, certain people weren't appeased, it makes no sense to me. I'm a grown man. He's a grown man. We all make mistakes. So to basically say you don't want to give him a liquor license as a result of him not, I get a little emotional, I'm sorry. Having to appease a couple people, they had the opportunity to come to the meet and greet. Mr. Givens then asked the question at the meet and greet and said, are there any opposition to this? Nobody raised their hand. Nobody raised their hand. So I then said to Mr. Givens, If they were here, they should have been here at the meeting. I heard Mr. Lipper said he was out of town, but he wasn't the only one. They could have came to the meet and greet, but they chose not to. You know, so that's kind of how I feel. And there's lounges all around in that area who have liquor licenses. I don't understand why this young man and his partner are trying to do the up and just have a business that's viable in the Peoria area for a certain demographic. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Ms. Petty?
Good evening. My name is Jackie Petty, and I'm a resident of Peoria. I used to live close to this Empire Lounge, and incidentally, I am in support of them getting their liquor license. I attended the commission meeting, the liquor commission meeting, and you could tell there was such a communication failure. It was just too bad. It was on both sides, I feel. I also attended the Empire Lounge on my own just to see what it was like. And it's beautiful. I can't wait for it to open and I can go there and have dinner and a glass of wine if I'd like that. I don't see what the problem is either, because like Mr. Sidnor said, if something goes wrong, you can close it down. You have the capabilities of doing that. But I don't feel that that's going to happen. Mr. Sims told us that he is going after the older people to attend there, and that would include me. And I'm looking forward to it, and I hope that you will give them a chance and give them their liquor license. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, good evening. I'm Michael Miller. I am an employee at the lounge with John Sims. And I also attended the neighborhood association meetings the last 2 times that they had it. I think that there was a failure of communication until we made clear what our plans is and what the actual intentions are with the lounge. And it's to provide an upscale experience to mature adults, 35 and up, enforcing dress codes, providing indoor and outdoor security, and having a rap-free zone. And in addition, as far as with our hours of operation, we wanted to do Sunday through Thursdays from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., and on Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. We're not trying to compete with other clubs, because we're not a club. This is a lounge, and it's for our more mature type of crowd. For me, I have a daughter that's 26, and I do not want to be in the same place she is at night when I'm having dinner or I want to have a drink. I do not want to be with my daughter, and so this was where we came up with the concept of how to operate the lounge. We wanted to make sure that the people who came in fit a certain type of criteria that would prevent us from having the same incidents and altercations between patrons as they do in other late night establishments. Our establishment will not be a late night situation. Most of our events have been daytime events, some of which have been right around happy hours and things like that. But basically, it's just in a time frame where we can avoid the problems. We know what the problem hours is. We know who the problem crowd is. So our intentions are to avoid that. And to do that, we keep from offering the things that they enjoy in a way, so we keep it away from that. And it's just a way that we came up with to try and keep the business going without us having any problems. Just wanted to let you guys know that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no other speakers, there's one more, okay.
I don't really understand if this is open to anyone here. Is it okay that is that the case?
It's on this topic. It's on
It
this.
is. I have no personal relationship to the Empire Lounge. I don't know John Sims. I don't know any of the people who have spoken yet. I am a Peoria resident. I am a Peoria resident who's very concerned about this debate. I've paid attention to it. I've read the minutes from the liquor hearings. I've also been paying a lot of attention to highly flavored, and I think this has a lot of parallels. I would like to make a couple salient points. You have a few people here in opposition to this, bringing up property values. Vacancies would be really bad for property values, perhaps worse. And it's not something the opposition is taking into consideration. When I drive around Peoria, I see a Peoria that's mostly vacant, and I hate it. And I hope that you all hate it too. In front of you is the opportunity to give someone a chance to both make a living and improve the landscape, the cultural and economic landscape of Peoria. Maybe they'll fail. Lots of people do. But as has been brought up to you already, if they fail so hard that it's a problem, well, that's what your administration is here for. I also want to say that this potential business would not strictly serve the Wardcliff and Forest Hill neighborhoods. Do you believe that One World on Main Street and University exists solely for the first district? Does Panera Bread exist solely for the second district? Or whatever district it's in? These businesses bring people in from all over the place to engage in whatever vibe they curate. There are probably many people, assuming John Sims is successful, who would gladly engage with this business, but they will have no idea that there's this debate going on. They cannot show up tonight to say that this lounge and the vibe that he would curate is exactly something they want, because they're not glued to council meetings and agendas and minutes like I am. So I want to represent all those people who might love something like this but have no idea that the existence of it is in front of you. So all of us would like you to give John Sims a chance. Thanks.
Councilmember Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Wow. I heard something that's been a common theme throughout, let me see, shortly after this process has begun, and that has been trust. It was good to hear that communication somehow broke down from both sides. Mr. O'Brien said something that kind of stuck with me, and I, as human beings, I think everybody is entitled. We're all trying to grow. Everybody's entitled to chances and opportunities, and I appreciate Mr. Sims's acknowledgement of his mistakes. But I just want to say that there's been a lot of talk about trust. And I want to say back in September of 2023, when Mr. Sims did come to the Neighborhood Association at that time, they were happy about the idea of him having a restaurant, and in fact were in favor of it. And I have seen restaurants flourish without a liquor license. At that time, he talked about the success of his jerk chicken. So the thought process was that if this chicken is so great, you'll go ahead and do it and come back in a year or so and maybe we could review this whole process again. Well, unfortunately, during the course of that time, that's when the breakdowns began. And everything from trust or a lack thereof kept coming up. People even tried to inject race into the picture. And I have to say that Mr. Sims acknowledged tonight that that was not a problem. But one thing I think that has to be apparent beyond race, there has to be certain qualities inherent when you're talking about operating a business within a community, especially within a neighborhood association. And I still wear my neighborhood association hat. And those qualities that are so inherent, they must be solid. Trust. We've heard a lot about a lack of trust, violations of that trust. Residents back in September asked for a business plan. I've never seen it surface, at least not in a hard form. And then there was an incident. I got a phone call from residents. They were saying, oh, he's advertising for a bartender without a liquor license. Again, trust, lack of transparency. And consistency. There has been no consistency with regards to maintaining this criteria that I think is just so inherent if you want to operate a business anywhere in the city of Peoria, whether it involves a liquor license or not. And I appreciate the fact we've got petitions here with several signatures, totaling, I think, about 31. I've talked to lots of folks, many of which are not here tonight. And I believe, Mr. Sims, you have a great future as a business person in the city of Peoria, and believe me, I would love to see you move forward in that direction. There are just too many problems that we've encountered during this particular time, and I would like to see you come back. And Mr. O'Brien, if you would consider trying to see if you could regain trust over time with Mr. Sims. You made the comment that trust has been violated and it could never be accepted. Well, I don't think that should ever be the case when we're talking about human beings and we're talking about communities. So I would like to, at this time, I cannot support this just because of all of the inconsistencies that we've seen. I do believe there is an opportunity to try to fix this process. It has to happen on both sides of the spectrum, with the neighborhood associations as well as Mr. Sims. And I cannot, in good conscience, support this with all of the decisiveness that's present right now. So having said that, Madam Mayor, I can't support this right now.
So can you make a motion, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion that at this present time, we would just deny the request.
Is there a second? Is there a second to deny? Sir, there's no second to your motion. Is there a substitute motion? Councilmember Gordon Young?
Do I just, we're thrown off. Do I just say what I'd like to amend, or can I just speak and add and then say? Does that make sense?
Council Hayes, can you provide some direction?
Well, if Councilwoman Gordon Young would like to express what she'd like to achieve, I can help with phrasing the motion. But I'd be taking a,
Okay, so I wanted to amend to approve, but I wanted to give some content as well in terms of why.
so I would recommend you make a motion to approve the site application for a Class B restaurant, 50% food, liquor license with on-site consumption and retail sale of alcohol for Empire Lounge LLC, doing business as Empire Lounge at 3033 North Sterling. So you might want to say,
So moved.
So
and then you
moved.
can state your justifications during debate.
Okay.
First, you say so moved?
Uh-huh.
Can I get a second? Seconded by Councilmember Allen. Proceed.
So one of my concerns, many of my concerns are we giving our residents life sentences for not having the expertise? One of the challenges in this particular situation is I believe that Mr. Sims, yes, I agree that you've made some mistakes in this process, but I think part of the challenge is the manner in which you have represented yourself. You didn't represent yourself from your heart, and all the investment that you have put into this business, and the financial loss that you've already endured. And I think it is important that we realize that and recognize that and allow some level of grace. And I agree, you know, if you mess up, and I hope that you would not, then action can be taken. But to not give you an opportunity, I've been in there. It is absolutely beautiful. And I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of dollars you've put into it, but you've certainly done the work on that end. Would a mentor or some other, you know, avenues help you? And I think people have tried to do that. But I think that this council you deserve to have at least an opportunity with this council. And so that is why I want to amend the motion that we approve.
Okay. Additional comments, Councilmember Allen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Givens, this has kept me up at night as well, too. I'm in a very unique place. Although I'm a District 4 representative, I used to represent both Wardcliff Subdivision and Forest Hill Subdivision Association. A lot of great rapport over there, two strong neighborhoods. I've got family that live in the area, and so I don't take seconding this motion to approve lightly. I would always, when I make certain votes, I say, is this something that I would live next door to? Is this something that I would put my family next door to? And I know that hindsight's 2020. I'm sure Mr. Sims would have loved to have done things differently. But I believe that we can repair this relationship. I believe that he can be a contributor to the neighborhood. I believe he can be a contributor to the city of Peoria. When I talk about, when I reflect on a void that I believe that the Empire Lounge is going to fill. When I have friends come to town and they ask me about places to go, I'll be honest, I struggle telling them places to go in the city of Peoria. And shout out to the Heights, but as somebody who represents the city of Peoria, I don't like telling people go to the Heights. I'm just being honest. And so I want this for our city. I want this for our culture. I want us to have great places where people want to go and have fun in respect to the neighborhoods. And I think looking at the minutes, it looks like they've agreed to a plan of operation to close at 10 throughout the week, midnight on Friday and Saturday. I think that alleviates the opportunity for the late night trouble. My mom used to say nothing good happens after 1 a.m. So I think we're addressing that. I think that he understands, and his business understands the microscope that they are under. As someone who's represented both of these associations, you all are very engaged and will hold him to a standard that I'm sure he knows that he has to follow. but I feel good about this. I wouldn't take this stance lightly, and so I want to see this happen, and I want to see this relationship mended because we need vibrancy in our city. We need vibrancy in that shopping center, if I'm being honest. And so I want to see this pass, and I want to see you all rectify this, and I want to see this have a happy ending. And I believe we have the mechanisms in place to ensure that that happens. And if it doesn't, we have the mechanisms in place to rectify it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Euler?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I had the opportunity to tour Mr. Sims' establishment, and I'm impressed with the amount of work that you've put into it, but also at the same time, I think it's going to be a very difficult situation to survive when the neighbors who live there, who also elect me to be here to make decisions for them, are in opposition to it. And so I certainly can't say that I would never support it, but I can't support it tonight without some resolution to the feelings of those that live in the neighborhood, because that's who elects me to be here. That's who asked me to do the work for them on the council. And basically the feedback of the neighbors are neutral to negative, and so that concerns me at this point. I would really like to see you have a very successful business here. I think it would probably be better if you could have some success in running the restaurant, and maybe, you know, the liquor piece of it could come later if there's some resolution to the relationships in the neighborhood. But tonight I can't in good conscience vote against my constituents that have expressed to me that this is not the right thing for their neighborhood. Thank you.
Welcome. Other comments? Well, I have a few comments. I have mixed feelings over this, very mixed feelings. And part of these mixed feelings come from what just happened a few minutes ago when Mr. Miller, your manager, walked out the door and slammed it very hard. And if he did that when Councilwoman Jackson was expressing her concerns, and if that is reflective of the type of behavior that we could expect from a manager at Empire Lounge, I have serious concerns about the operations. I have concerns, Mr. Sims, that you've gotten ahead of yourself and kind of put things, the cart before the horse in a lot of instances with this situation. You invested a lot of money, and you have a beautiful lounge. I've been in there on a tour. It's beautiful, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Before knowing whether you were going to get site approval, you invested a lot of money. Before talking to the neighbors and getting support, before working things out and establishing a relationship with your council representative, you got ahead of the cart there. You had an event. I think it was your manager's event, January the 6th, before you had site approval for occupancy certification. Those are concerns, and they're not little mistakes. They're big mistakes when you're seeking to get site approval for a liquor license. It's site approval. It's not the liquor license, it's the site approval for the liquor license. So I have mixed feelings. I want to support your establishment. I want to see your business, restaurant business, that could probably only survive if you're able to have that added liquor license support. But those relationships are critical. That trust that Councilwoman Jackson talked about is critical. Trusting relationships with the neighbors, with the neighborhood associations, with your representatives, your constituents. Those are my mixed feelings. Those are my concerns. Yet, I'd like to see you have a chance. to prove yourself. I'd like to see you have a chance to prove that that kind of behavior, that kind of management is not going to take place. Anyway, I'm going to be in favor. I'm going to vote yes. It may not pass. Not sure. I'm going to vote yes because I'd like to see you get a chance. But I'll tell you, if it does pass, and if there are violations that continue, you will be shut down. I know it because I'm the liquor commissioner. And I wouldn't hesitate to revoke your license. So with that, we have a motion to approve on the floor, and we have a second, and I'm going to ask council to cast their votes. Motion fails with 3 yeas, Ali, Allen, and Gordon Young. Madam Clerk?
24-202 is a communication from the City Manager and Director of Community Development with a request to receive and file a communication regarding the allowance of backyard chickens in the City of Peoria.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Council Hayes?
Your Honor, we got a number of department heads and staff members have been working hard to come up with a report back, but we still have work to do.
Okay.
So we ask the council to give staff some additional time and ask that the matter be deferred until the next city council meeting, which is 3 weeks from today, where we'll be prepared to give a report back on the financial impact of moving forward with regulation of chickens. So we also made a public pronouncement that we wouldn't be taking the matter up today so that the public was aware that staff wasn't ready with its report back. So thank you, Your Honor.
Welcome. Councilman Riggenbach?
I would move for a deferral till our August 13th meeting on this item.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Seer. Any discussion? Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
If there is no further unfinished business, we would be on to new business.
New business, Councilmember Allen? Excuse me, Euler.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I think most everyone is aware that there's been some court decisions recently related to camping out in public spaces, and so I would like to request staff bring back an ordinance prohibiting unauthorized camping on public property within the city limits of Peoria. This has been a significant concern, especially for our businesses downtown, and so I think that we need to have that discussion. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Assistant City Manager Richardson?
Received. We will have that prepared for the next coming council meeting.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember, we're under new business. Councilmember Seer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, on June 25th, you gave a proclamation to the Illinois State Dental Society, and I just want to give a report back tonight because a lot of people are not aware of the service they provided. But this society, Dental Society, has a mission of mercy every 2 years, and they were in Peoria at the Civic Center on, I want to say, June 28th and 29th. And they provided, they have over 1,000 dedicated volunteers, number one, and with the help of all these volunteers and obviously the dentists, they provided over $1.6 million of services at no cost to their patients. There was over 1,300 patients during those 2 days. So I just want to congratulate them. It's not very well known. I don't know why it's not very well known, but it's an incredible service to our area, I'm going to say. And Dr. Danner, who was here to receive the proclamation with some of his colleagues, I just want to congratulate them and say thank you for all these, $1.6 million of free services. So thank you very much, and we should have a lot more better smiles around this area since then. So thank you, Doctor, and all your colleagues, and thank you, Madam Mayor, for shedding a light on their services.
Yes, thank you. Beautiful update. Thank you very much. Councilmember Riggenbach?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to thank council for their support on the very first item that was on consent, the lighting project on North Prospect. I hope you noticed as you were reading that it said that there were barrels set up on foundations along that road since 2017. So this project has been waiting, the residents along that stretch have been waiting for quite some time to see this come to fruition. So I'm just thrilled that we're able to get this rolling now. So I didn't want to pull it off consent and drag the meeting on longer unnecessarily. And the other item, though, I think also that deserves recognition is the Nebraska reconstruction. I know that's something that Councilman Graham has talked about for a long time as well. And when we did the work on Nebraska on the east side of Knoxville a couple years ago, we always had visions of expanding that even further. So I'm happy to see that's taking place as well. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're very welcome. Councilmember Allen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Back to school season is here. Peoria Public Schools returns back to school July 31st. And there has been a great initiative going on called the Fill the Fire Truck Initiative. It is a collaboration between the Peoria Park District, the Peoria Afro-American Firefighters Association, and then Peoria Firefighters Local 50. There have been multiple events happening over the last several weeks. Celebrity bartending events that myself and Councilmember Gordon Young participate in. We were serving some good sodas, weren't we? But we were raising money for a good cause, and there was an amazing trivia event actually held the other weekend at Trivia. And then you may have seen firefighters and volunteers at area Walmarts collecting funds and school supplies for this initiative with the goal of filling a fire truck to give free school supplies to area kids in Peoria Public Schools. The distribution is taking place this Thursday at the Peoria Park District Tree Wind Park at 2219 South Idaho Street at 5:30. And so it's in collaboration with the Park District. Streets Belong to Me. They're going to have a lot of amenities. It's going to be a family fun event, but let's make sure that our young people have the supplies and things they need to have a successful school year. So again, shout out to everyone who put that together and who participated in this great event, and look forward to supporting and please bring your young people out this Thursday to ensure they're prepared for an awesome school year. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Councilman Allen. I want to, a lot happened over this last week with the crowd strike problem that impacted the airlines, impacted computers, impacted the city of Peoria's computers. Our information services staff worked all night trying to get all the computers that were impacted back up to par, working, systems working. I think we had a problem, Manager Richardson, with our phone systems. Information services, again, their team, Director Jessica stepped in and her entire team to help to get that system back up and going. So we just want to applaud our information services staff for doing a fabulous job. Do you have anything to add there?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the acknowledgement for our IS staff who are always behind the scenes, never seen. Most of them probably wouldn't know that they are a staff member until you need them, but they were immediately on the scene. And I just want to acknowledge that the investment that this council has put into our emergency communications center, which is our dispatch center. When our phone systems went down, which was nothing that had anything to do with anything on our infrastructure, we had a backup that allowed for emergency communications to continue to come through the city and us to continue to respond. So that happened on Tuesday, and then a couple of days later, we had the CrowdStrike outage that occurred as well. And by the time we were back in the office at 8 o'clock, half of our system was fully operational, and only our emergency communications was up and fully running again no later than 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. So I just want to acknowledge both our ECC staff and our leadership team as well as our IS staff. And just so you understand that these are things where communities were days without service. And so for us to only be an hour or so that we had to be inconvenienced, unfortunately, that hour was a critical time. We were able to respond and continue to be responsive so that none of our systems were down completely to the community to respond to emergency communication. So I just want to applaud all of our team, police, fire, and ECC for their efforts as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk?
We are at citizens' opportunity to address the City Council.
We have about 6 cards, 6 speakers. Our first speaker is Jeff Leroy.
Hello again, everyone. I've been here before. Just thought I'd give you an update on how things are going. Talked with Joe Doolin just the other day, and he finally stated that the neighbor had not been fined at all, and that he had directed Ashley to start fining the neighbor to try and get some resolution to it. Upon a little checking, this guy, besides doing what he did there, did not pay his taxes last year, has not paid his taxes this year, or any of the things that has accumulated with the city of Peoria. And so I was concerned about the part about him being fined, and so I talked to Council Hayes beforehand, and he said there's a thing coming out in 2 to 3 weeks where it'll be directly sent to them to try and get the fine directly from the neighbor. But since I talked to you last time, he still had 2 dogs, and the kid let the dogs out, and they raced after the dogs trying to catch them, but they didn't. So now there's no dog feces in the backyard or anything to pick up, but the weeds are tall, and now we've got possums and other animals moving in to the yard next door. So when it comes time that you take a vote on letting chickens in the city, please don't do it, because I can see my neighbor would be one of the first ones to do it. And when I expressed these problems a while back, the last time, Councilman Euler came out and took pictures, and he addressed me, and I've had connected with Denise and Chuck Grab, and John Kelly called me, so we've talked to him. So I appreciate all the follow-up by all of you so far, and hopefully he said that they'll start being fined. They got box springs laying up against the side of the house. They got garbage laying out in the front of the street out there. So hopefully this is a turning point here with them next door. So thank you very much, all of you.
Next, we have Estrella Diaz.
Oh, I know we keep coming here. Our group is over there. But you know what I'm here to talk about, Palestine, obviously. And I just wanted to say that if you know, on July 19, 2024, the ICJ announced that Israel was an apartheid state. So with that being said, you guys, I hope it does push you in the right direction to want to, approve the ceasefire resolution. Again, as I've stated many times, it's not going to do anything on an international level, but they are people and they deserve to have their voices amplified by us, and to still have a little bit of hope that, we do care about them. And the thing is it does involve us too, because they are now demolishing and committing atrocities in the West Bank, which is separate from Gaza, and their whole spiel is to be like, this is self-defense, when they are shooting unarmed civilians, they are bombing houses, they're using Caterpillar bulldozers to demolish houses in the West Bank. And I know this is probably unrelated, but if you know who Sonia Massey is, the lady who was murdered unjustly in Springfield, where she was unarmed, she was pouring hot water in a pot, and that's all she was doing, and she was the one to call them for help. We can see the comparisons to how Palestinians are treated in the West Bank, but also Gaza, where they are simply just living I'll give you this case where there was a 12-year-old child. His name was Rami Hamdan, and he had asked his mom to get some money to buy some sweets to celebrate Iftar, and he used the money instead of buying sweets to buy firecrackers to celebrate. And as he let the firecracker off, an Israeli soldier had sniped him, and he lost his life. And simply because he was Palestinian and he was afraid, and the security minister, Itmin Ben-Gvir, he was saying that, labeling him as a terrorist. But I want to show the comparisons that, these issues are interconnected, because if you didn't know, there is this thing called the Gilly program, which we have in America, which allows police forces to go overseas and train in Israel. And the same tactics that was used on George Floyd with the knee on the neck is the same tactics they use on Palestinians daily. So I think it's very important to consider the decision that you do make when we do present the ceasefire resolution, just because, again, with the ICJ's ruling, but also just, I hope you can find it in some part of your heart to want to do something and to jump on board to saying that this is enough. Because again, even though they may say it's self-defense with Gaza, they are committing more and more atrocities. I mean, just earlier today, they tied a Palestinian man on the top of a Jeep and used him as a human shield. So if it's not, I don't know. I just want to say, please, I hope you make the right decision, because you do have the opportunity to, stand with the people of Palestine and to say that their lives matter. But that's all I have.
Tara Wood.
Good evening, honorable council members and Madam Mayor, Dr. Ali. My name is Tara Wood, and I live on Picture Ridge Road in Peoria, Illinois. Tonight, I will start by summarizing a chat on our Picture Ridge Facebook page that a city council member commented on, and all of you should become aware of as it relates to the city's contract with our waste management service, GFL. First, let me start off by saying that Picture Ridge Road butts up against Duttweiler Park, and it's a beautiful road. We have lots of wildlife that we all really love and enjoy. One of our neighbors recently posted about an encounter she had with one of GFL's sanitation workers, who told her he had just come across a bin with a mama raccoon and 4 babies clinging to her fur. He took a picture, and one of the babies ran away, but then he proceeded to dump the mama and the 3 babies in the bin and crushed the mama and her 3 babies. This created quite a number of comments from the neighbors, and many stated they would reach out to city council, saying like this is incredibly inhumane, must be against GFL's policy. Within the comments, one of our city council members posted the following quote, "I have sent a strong message with city staff that this horrible and egregious act was totally at odds with humane conduct and GFL's own policies." Later that day, the original poster updated us on what she learned from GFL about their policies, and writes, "Unfortunately, it is in fact GFL's policy to dump and destroy anything in a trash can, including live pets. If it's in the can, it goes through the crusher. In fact, the supervisors give direction to destroy life after a photo has been sent, so that's why the photo was first sent." Our council member responds, quote, "Wow, crazy. I will check on this. It makes no sense. I will see if some lunatic has taken over GFL. If that is the policy, it will be changed. Your taxpayer dollars go to this company. They have signed, they have the single largest city contract. Stay tuned." Another post claims other waste management companies have policies that protect wildlife, and GFL should follow that. The council member responds, quote, "Totally agree, working on codifying this in the new contract." With that said, I look forward to seeing something done about this, and I imagine something will get done, because I don't foresee anyone coming out against a policy that says, like, don't crush live animals in a sanitation truck. Now let me shift gears here. I'm sure you saw this coming. Can we use this story as an analogy to what is happening in Gaza, what the Israeli military is doing to civilians in Gaza? Our council members are humane people. I see all of you. You value life, As I mentioned at a previous meeting, one of the council members said it would be inhumane to have chickens next to barking dogs, suggesting it might be scary for the chickens. That sounded like I don't care about chickens. Okay, I care about chickens. It might be scary for the chickens to have a perceived predator in their eyes and ears at all times. So could you also imagine how hearing a drone at all times buzzing over your head, wondering if and when it might strike, could be inhumane? Remember, drones are designed to be silent. The Israeli military modifies them to be heard as a type of psychological warfare. We have another council member who believes it is inhumane for mother raccoon and babies to be crushed to death and acknowledges that our tax dollars should not support such inhumane treatment. So you must also find it inhumane when Caterpillar's D9 bulldozers crush humans to death who are trying to defend their homes from illegal settlers, or when they crush humans who are throwing rocks at them in protest of occupation, kidnapping, illegal detention, and overall violence. Can you imagine how we feel, how Peoria for Palestine feels? We dedicate our time to organizing, researching, and educating in the name of Palestinian and all human rights. And we fight and fight and fight for our city to pass a ceasefire in the name of humanity. Then we hear our city council members voicing their concerns over basically chicken rights and raccoon rights, and quickly working on a solution to a real or perceived animal welfare issue. And all the while we are looking at children being sniped, shredded, burned, buried, and exploded in Gaza. Once again, Peoria for Palestine asks that you accept our invitation to sit together in good faith and discuss how Peoria wants to address the inhumane treatment of Gazans on our tax dollars. Peoria for Palestine is ready. We will sit down as civilized, humane, regular people dedicated to principled compromise and work together with whomever to create a ceasefire resolution containing language important to all sides to ensure that Peoria gets on that growing list of American cities that said we stood for humanity in 2024.
Next, we have Darcy Katie.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Dr. Ali. So eventually you'll see before you some red folders, and they're containing pertinent documents supporting why the local community in Peoria is advocating for the council to pass a ceasefire resolution. And also thank you for passing those out. I'm sorry I turned them in late. Recently, Peoria for Palestine hosted a successful public education event with Dr. John Kaler, co-founder of Med Global, Dr. Thayer Ahmad, and critical care float nurse Hamza Abdul Qadir, all of whom have worked in Gaza in 4-week intervals since January of 2024. This event was last Friday at ICC's East Peoria campus. Having the opportunity to speak to many of the 140 individuals in attendance to learn more about their personal stories and what inspired them to attend the event, I learned that there was a multi-faith community present, and I'll admit this shocked even me. There were Christians, Muslim, Jews, agnostic Christians, and spiritualists, and also those of no faith, and this struck me deeply. I'm used to our group being diverse, but seeing that reflected in the community interested really spoke volumes to me. The same pattern would be repeated later at this past Sunday's protest. A beautifully unique and diverse group of individuals coming together out of the greatest care and concern for Palestinian people as they continue to suffer through a genocide at the hands of the IOF. This is because the local community supports a ceasefire resolution, as it is the single greatest insurance the Palestinian people have to surviving. If things continue at the current rate of progression, Palestinians in Palestine will cease to exist. They will be exterminated from their native indigenous homeland. That experience is something that no person or people should ever have to face. The single most productive hostage exchange and temporary ceasefire took place when both the IOF, under the direction of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and Hamas leaders agreed to a ceasefire. Hamas wanted to continue talks and work towards political solutions with the Israeli government. Prime Minister Netanyahu refused and has continued to refuse every single ceasefire resolution put forth since. I ask you, who sounds more unreasonable in the scenario I just described? There's a reason why, as of June 2024, the state of Palestine is recognized as a sovereign state by 145 of 193 member states of the United Nations, or just over 75% of all UN members. I ask the Council to please consider that the International Court of Justice has issued its ruling, and the conclusion is loud and clear. Israel's occupation and annexation of Palestinian territories are unlawful, and its discriminatory laws and policies against Palestinians violate the prohibition on racial segregation and apartheid. This Council cannot preside over international issues, and I am not asking you to, but I am asking you to support and honor the fact that your community does not want to funnel $1,746,412 of Peoria, Illinois taxpayer income to funding a genocide. And that is why we are here consistently advocating for it to stop and supporting a reasonable ceasefire resolution. People dying on our dollar is something we, the community, and you hopefully as the Council, do not want. We ask that you exercise your right to change this, and we believe that you should. Please don't let directly supporting and funding a genocide be your personal or political legacy. Ceasefire now, and thank you.
Next, we have Imam Mazar Mahmoud.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and greetings of peace, Madam Mayor and honorable City Council members. Today was a very emotional day where we started our day in our community facilitating a funeral for the mother of one of our physicians here in Peoria, Dr. Rahmat Na Allah. She breathed her last yesterday, and we put her to rest today. And it was an ongoing battle for about a month after she fell down. May the Almighty have mercy upon her. After the funeral was over, the spiritual toll just increased, and what added to that is I, with a few of my colleagues, we went to visit our beautiful hospital which treats the sickly of the community, where as we speak right now, one of our babies is breathing his last. And I just thought to myself, Madam Mayor, honorable friends, that this was just one funeral and one baby suffering in one of my days and our days. How do we fathom parents who are putting hundreds of babies to rest at times per day because of the discriminate bombings with our tax dollars that Israel is throwing into Gaza? This is inhumanity. And the tides are changing, as my colleague Estrella, as my other colleagues Tara and Darcy have mentioned so far, that the tides are changing. The ICJ just ruled that Israel is an apartheid state. It is our tax dollars. Madam Mayor, you've stated before that this is not a local issue. But let me rephrase that. This is a global issue. It's not a local issue. It is a global issue where we're becoming extensions of those crimes that are being committed in Palestine and in Gaza. Madam Mayor, it is my tax dollars that is killing my own people. When we present this ceasefire resolution, like we've seen in the past few days, voices which were unheard before, or neutral, or should I say in their silence, supporting those crimes, now those voices are waking up, and the waves are changing direction. when push comes to shove and the oppressors become victors, I wish for people like yourselves, who I dearly love so much, people who are taking care of our beautiful city, I wish that you are standing on the right side and written as the heroes of our history. Ceasefire now and free Palestine. Jazakumullah khair.
Jonathan Volta.
Hello again. My name's Jonathan Voda. I live in the uplands, West Bluff of Peoria. You may recognize me. I hope so. I have a couple things I want to touch on today. First of all, something rather positive. In the agenda today, 24-218, communication from the city manager and director of public works with request blah, 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 for the Nebraska reconstruction from Sterling Avenue to I-74. I want to thank you that you are taking the opportunity, and maybe not you personally, maybe this thank you is more so for the public works. I'm not entirely sure. But I like what I saw in this. I usually brush over these types of things when I look at the agenda, and I'm very excited that given the opportunity, when a thoroughfare needs to be redone, you are rebuilding the entire street to be less intensive with traffic. And in the background, at the last sentence, it even says, in addition, the north side of the roadway will be graded for a future multi-use path. I love it. I wish it wasn't a future thing. I wish you were building that now with the $4 million you're spending. But this type of work desperately needs to be done all over the city. Most of our streets are what is sort of on the internet, I guess, referred to as stroads, streets that are act as roads. But you have businesses on these streets that people should be able to congregate to, but you have heavy traffic that is exceptionally dangerous. So thank you. My second point is that I want to, I hear it talked about in publics, I hear it talked about from people like yourselves, or in private spaces, people that have a lot of control over how this city develops. Some people say that Peoria is very business friendly. That's just not true. Now, do I think that Peoria should just let anyone that wants to sell you anything get to do that? No. But I hope that you, as a horseshoe, don't consider this administration or whatever business friendly. It's very hypocritical to feel that way. And that's not specifically to the item you saw tonight. I think that's in regard to many things. I had another thing. Okay, I'll probably think about what this other point was later and be very upset. But with 2 minutes left, I'd like to echo what Iman just said, that this isn't a local issue regarding a ceasefire resolution. A Peoria issue is any issue that the Peoria citizens deem it to be. If you think that's not the case, I don't think you should be sitting where you're sitting. If Peoria residents tell you that they are concerned about what's happening thousands of miles away, and they ask you to at least verbally support that, you really, it's hypocritical to tell them, the citizens, that it's not a local issue. Oh, I know what the other thing was. I kind of wanted to throw some shade at someone who's not currently here in regard to hypocrisy. I do watch these every week, even when I don't come. And Mr. Grayab threw shade at deferring items and then deferred some items the next week. I just really think hypocrisy, that word, should be thoroughly considered amongst all of you. Thank you.
Now we have Hess Hassan Naru.
Hi, Mayor and council members. Thank you for listening to us today. I've seen all of you intently hear us and know that you care about what we think, and that is why you're in politics, not because of money. Sure that there are better jobs that you guys could all be doing to earn way more, but you're in it for the public service. Given that, I'm assuming that many of you are against outside money in politics. As part of the ongoing federal election cycle, many states are holding primary elections for congressional seats. Recently, there was a primary election in Westchester, New York, where an organization called the American Israeli Public Affairs Committee spent more than $15 million on a single primary. Combined with other money that was spent on this primary, it was by far the most expensive primary ever. This money was spent to remove a former school teacher, a black man who was representing his district. All of this was money coming from the outside, from an organization whose stated goal and only purpose is to improve Israeli and American relationships. However, AIPAC is not classified as a foreign agent. Now, you may say that how does one race in New York impact us? In a couple of weeks, there will be a primary in St. Louis. AIPAC has already committed to spend more than $3 million in that primary. On a larger scale, just in this election cycle, AIPAC is going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars with their affiliates. This is all to send a message to representatives who support anything close to pro-Palestinian views on a federal level. I think it's easy to say that organizations like AIPAC have had a good return on their investment. The US government gives Israel $3.3 billion every year, no questions asked, to a country which is very developed, has better standards of living than Peoria, and provides very little, if anything, in return to the US. In addition to that, this year, the US government gave $20 billion to a country which has free healthcare. When our own residents struggle, they struggle for basic necessities. Some of you talked about campsites, others talked about the lack of businesses. Imagine if all that money was spent here. The current Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, is poised to speak to a joint session of Congress this week. He has spoken to a joint session, a record, this will be his 4th time, which is more than anyone else ever. What does the US get in return for this, and what does Peoria get in return for this? As Darcy mentioned earlier, the US has become a pariah on a global level on this issue. We recognize that Peoria taxpayers are implicated directly in the violence against Palestinians. We have paid for the bullets, and we have paid for the bombs. The only way to stop this killing is not to give more money to Israel just because the representatives are getting money from those organizations that support Israel. It is to stop the cycle of violence through a peaceful process. I hope you will rise above money in politics and push for a ceasefire resolution to send a message that at least within Peoria, we stand independent and support our citizens. Thank you.
Welcome. Madam Clerk?
We do not have an executive session, so we're at adjournment.
I would ask for a motion to adjourn, moved by Councilman Allen, seconded by Councilmember Seer. Please cast your ballots. Thank you for your service.